Nah, I chewed on a couple cloves of garlic, raw garlic, dude, like a man. Just fucking crying. Huh? Yeah, I chewed the whole cloves up. I've been doing that shit for years. Yeah, if I'm sick, dude, I go straight for the fucking for that. Uh-oh. Turn it and push. Turn it and push. There you go. You kicked it. Hold on. We'll go have a great day. Smart. Okay. Glad you feel better. Yep. Mwah. I love you too. Hi, Robe. Coming here to beg me to put you in your basket, you big hoss. Oh, Lord have mercy. All right. Yeah, I got some Q puts and some IWM puts. I got more IWM than I got anything else, but IWM hadn't left the fucking box. I'm hoping that we get a drop. I'm looking at a 270 target right here. Just gonna close my eyes and pray. We also have a gap directly up above us, so we can rip as well. What's pumping? By the way, if I get my live shut down here for copyrighted, I'm gonna switch over to my other profile. So just letting you know that right now in advance. I don't want it. I don't want that. I don't want that either. So I mean, last night, I don't know if you guys remember, I was talking about, it looked like it was finna pop some news or something like that. I didn't really get to see exactly, but I'll cover that in just a second. Hold on a second. Too many chances. Good morning, Blue. How are you and the dog? All right, guys. So let's go ahead and cover this. I'm live on TikTok and I'm live everywhere. Everywhere. All right. So let's go ahead and commence because obviously we got a decent amount to cover here. We finally got some damn fucking overnight price action. We've been waiting on that obviously. See, and we've talked about a potential pullback. All of the overhead rejections, yada yada yada. But all that has led to, of course, a bit of a pullback, but this morning futures tracking the benchmark, obviously S&P and the tech-heavy Nasdaq indexes fell early as concerns mounted that the U.S.-Iran impasse could keep oil prices elevated for longer. Consequently, gold slipped to a three-week low as markets weighed inflation risk and interest rate concerns ahead of the slew of central bank decisions. This includes the Federal Open Market Committee two-day meeting on interest rates starting today. So, among currencies, the Japanese yen steadied with or firmed initially after the Bank of Japan held interest rates steady in a split vote, while the dollar nudged higher. Following the BOJ's decision, Japan's Nikkei slipped from a record high, and the government bonds swung. Meanwhile, China and Hong Kong stocks fell as artificial intelligence rally left a breather, leaving investors scouring for fresh catalysts sustained the upward momentum. In Europe, most major region markets were marginally higher, while the pan-European stock 600 was little changed. So later in the day, investors will parse through consumer confidence data and slew of corporate earnings, including Coca-Cola, Starbucks, and payment giant Visa. We got a couple of headlines just to keep your eyes peeled on. OpenAI trial pitting Elon Musk and Sam Altman kicks off. They were caught this morning making out in front of the courthouse. It was beautiful. Um, love that. GM core profits rose 22% on strong U.S. truck sales. That one kind of took me by surprise. And Google signs classified AI deal with Pentagon. Make sure you guys take your Nest Google cams and fucking shove them somewhere else. Anyway, I'm up 230% on my short on the QQQ because of your strategy. Thank you so much for sharing. Hell yeah, Viddy. Get that bag, my baby. Sheesh. All right. Now, so that's pretty much covering the news here this morning. Now, when it comes to the ETFs, we saw IWM stay inside of its range, which this one has been my focus and still is. However, not losing the floor of 279.39 is probably going to make my life a little bit more difficult with a pop back up potential. And I mean, we could go gap fill, and that would definitely put us in a position to go and rip ass. I also have a price target if we can lose this floor, and one price target only, and that is 271.50. That is what I'm looking for here this morning, and I'm looking for that. And again, guys, there's when you have structure in front of you, right? So, i.e., this right here, right? That bounce at 274.42, and actually on the lower time frame, I already kind of have this marked out. But you can see that 272, 273.72. Sorry, that is what has to be lost, right? This morning, and with all that empty space and a big box on the 30-minute directly up above us, this is going to be the main battleground. Now, I do want to preface it with this: while we did get a move outside of the box or inside of the box, we were unable to get outside of it. And because FOMC is nearing, if whatever catalyst we just saw is not big enough, right, or continuation is enough, then we're not going to likely see that price target get hit immediately. We're going to have to work for it. So a good build right in here, and then maybe a spill over later. I mean, again, we always can and want to hope for an immediate drawdown. That, however, does not happen, or does not always happen. I just was trying to do three things at once and talk. Sorry, got split up. All right, and then where the fuck is this? Wish I could get rid of this fucking voice setting. All right. Have I done the cues? No, I have not. Now, let's take a look at him. Now, last night or yesterday, I talked about, again, being up at the highs, you're building, you've got empty space underneath you, you got 656.42, and of course, like an imbalance, right there in between the two. And of course, we have slammed directly back into that 4-hour structure, with us currently sitting directly underneath that 656.27, which will act as the lid on the kettle if things start to boil to the upside. That was pretty damn good. I cooked on that one. But basically over this wick at 656.46 is where I'd be looking for price to likely reverse and start working its way back up into that gap. Okay, so how that being said, you can also utilize this 657.48. All of this is going to be relevant in order to get this mother back up to the upside. On the other side of this, right, we also have quite a bit of empty space underneath us and a 654 cost basis or old cost basis to potentially slam into, followed by my target for today if we do see continuation down, which is 656.82. All right, very cool. So again, just to repeat myself, and if you like the cues or you again are choosing to trade those today, 656.53, 657.40, those are going to be the two most important marks. 659.60, this I would assume is probably going to be, if it doesn't already fill before the bell. All right, now moving on, looking at SPY here this morning. This one is also in a back in structure, right? And I found this to be quite interesting because this is a pretty, the wicks are like perfect. And we're not at any major level here, but if you zoom in, and this is where the system gets fire, well, right? The old box. That's what we're bouncing off of. This, again, this shit makes my life easy because I can start to see the areas where price is not going to have a good time, right? Or I can see the areas above me. This is where people are blind, right, to this sort of, again, map or blueprint that is left behind for us to be able to navigate. And 217.35 is going to be the major overhead, right, separating us from potentially a gap fill and new highs, because more than likely, if you fill this gap, you're going to see new highs. That being said, you can also drop one here, and that's going to be right around 711.29. So just like the Qs, right, there's kind of like a two-step process. And if you move it in here to the hourly, that's going to shift up to 211.68. This box is going to shift down here ever so slightly to 701.50, and that's going to give you a perfect cost basis bounce. So continuation of the downside could spell 707.50. If that's lost, I'd be interested to see how you perform at 706, and then that could foster a drop further. So anyway, I'm guilty of being blind and hard-headed. Well, stop that right now. From this moment on, you're cured. No, just kidding. Yeah, Ivy is back. Yes, she's back. Listen, if you have awareness of it, then you're going to feel guilty for it. And eventually you're going to hate the way you feel about it. And some people just decide to do something now or wait until that uncomfortability makes them broke. So you have a choice. You got to keep being hard-headed, right? Or you're going to do whatever is necessary, which is a different form of being hard-headed, to make sure that you're obviously in the right position or in the right setup. All right. Anyway, so yeah, keep your eyes peeled. Is there a for sure signal? We can't say that for sure now. There could be, but decent pullback, good bounce. This is a read and react scenario for sure. And again, I would be able to call for it short. Again, below 706 or below that 707.50. And long above that 712, but you're basically right in between those things. So read and react. All right. If you have anything that you would like for me to take a look at here this morning, I'd be happy to do that now. Yeah, we'll go ahead and take a look at what you guys know for today. Kind of sitting back. That's crazy. I didn't even see that GIF. Yeah, make sure you drop those. Tesla. Well, people are hooked on Tesla, dude. Hooked on phonics type shit. Schwab looks like it had a decent move. This was a great call out yesterday. I can say call out, but I think Junior or who was it? No, sorry, Chad. Chad did this. Chad mentioned yesterday that there was a good, and he was right. It broke back up above $89 and now is perfectly positioned right up underneath that floor. I think there's room for 91.50 here, and that's probably going to be one of the main. That's probably going to be some of the main targets, or one of the main targets. But let's focus on. What was that? Hold on, I didn't order anything. So random. Oh, motherfucker, Peyton. Jesus Christ. Beat down, boy. All right. Anyway, so I would be focused right over here to your left. Right? It looks like 91.67 right in that mark. Yeah, 91.67 and 92.50. And I mean, there's obviously ample opportunity up in there. So thank you guys for tapping your screen. Appreciate you. Yeah, you got it, boss. All right, King, let's see what's the chart looking like here this morning. So big ass box, right? But it kind of feels like you might be, I don't know, so let me throw some and I've noticed this as well. So here's a little pro tip. Okay, when you're charting something and let's say I've got this big range, right, over here. We know that ranges like this are likely built up of boxes, right? That's what makes boxes. Big boxes is bigger, or little boxes make big boxes. Now, without saying anything, can you guys see what I might be focused on here in the most recent price action? That's a little bit cleaner, right? Not to say that this isn't important, but this right here encapsulates all of it, right? And I think, well, I don't think, I know because it is, right, a box, a perfect box with a fire ass retest level at 294.75, that would be that would be where I would put my focus. Now, I'm not saying this to say you're wrong because your box is fine. You know, maybe I think I would probably raise up the overhead resistance a little bit. But one thing that you'll find, right, is that with boxes like this or setups like this, most of the time, if it is a wide range like this, the 50% mark is still going to be relevant if you find some low. So this cost basis is obviously right around that floor. So by breaking this box, you break that floor. You break this floor, you get the low, right? And so I would really be, I think that's probably where my focus would be. And now that we've gotten to that point, right, we can come to the conclusion that you are in between both. And that is why your candles are so pinched up together. It's like you fell into a crack, you know. My adopted brother. What's up? Logic deposit. What are you taking it so you can lose it again? Why aren't you famous yet? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right. Sorry. Just motivating the wife. So anyway, with that being said, I mean, it doesn't look like it moves all that well. I mean, it has some over here pretty good price action. Over here is decent. But yeah, I guess you're leaving it up to that range there. So all right, UNH. Yeah, so this is one that I talked about yesterday. I know you guys probably heard me talking about it. Um, I one of the things I mentioned is, while you do have all of these overhead motherfucking rejections, if they can't get the goddamn and this is where I really do lean on the story because I had a group of people in the study room ask me, and they had come to the conclusion, and not to say that they could be right, but they had come to the conclusion that this could be short, right? And I in these situations don't always necessarily like yes, a lot of rejections overhead is meaningful, right? Because eventually you're going to kill the vibe. Buyers are going to lose their momentum. However, however, if they cannot get their fucking job done, then all of that effort and overhead pressure is actually what fuels us to continue moving to the Coco. You got to go, bro. I love you, but I'm sorry, you can't do that. You can't do that. All right, all animals have been evicted. Lord have mercy, dude. Uh, Sorry. My dog is like licking herself underneath the desk, and it just sounds the word. I don't know if you guys like your dog will lick yourself in the middle of the night, and it's just like ridiculous. Um, and they stand there. All right, army green's your color. Pot pot looking voluptuous. Oh my god. Okay. All right. So anyway, breaking this down, just to finish this up, right? We do have a gap underneath us, and that obviously can spell trouble if we do not rip ass, right? And that's really going to be the goal here is to get up and over the wicks, which you are opening up inside of. So outside and over the wicks. And then if you do retest, make it quick, right? Because yes, this is an opportunity for sellers to step up at the wicks and try to drive price down again to follow kind of in suit with the market. So keep focus on this. If it does drop, right? But yes, we are looking out over that those overhead wicks for potential continuation there. So all right, keep it let's keep dropping them. Roku earnings coming up down. actually own a bunch of Rokus, so how about you calm down there, bud? Um, So I'm gonna be honest with you. There's also an opportunity to go to 125.55, as much as there is, yes, also the opportunity within this range to drop back down to a 103.44. Is this, and listen, going into earnings, right, and sitting on top of a box, building the entire time, is one thing that we could, and I mean, look at the weekly, right? The weekly's still sitting above that. So I would say that there's equal opportunity here on both sides. You're above the wick or at the wicks, but above the candle closes. You have empty space down to that 103 level. And then again, have kind of a lighter opportunity. Well, I mean, on the weekly, it doesn't really present itself. But 125.55, and then maybe, I mean, I'm looking at for these shares to take this to 157. But so would playing both sides make sense? No. Well, not for me. I mean, earnings hasn't been like for me owning equity. I would just play the other side, right? Like that. That's about it. Um, but I mean, it gives off actually. It's actually put out some pretty decent earnings as of recent. So that would all depend on the contract premium. If the contract premium is under $50, then sure. All right, keep dropping your requests. Or you and it would help. Again, the more information you give me, the more I can help you. Are you looking for a day trade in this pocket of empty space? Are you looking for a swing trade and a candle close at the end of the day? Like, what is it? And this is if you're in my Discord, if you're on TikTok, it's not necessarily directed at you, not that it wouldn't help. But if you guys actually, the more detail, right? Like, again, you're in my position, you're putting out the story, you're putting out your price targets, entry, exit, stop loss, all that other stuff, and that's information that you can type out the night before and drop as your request. And this is also an opportunity. So pre-market prep, post-market, right, these are all opportunities for you to get better, especially for those of you who've just recently joined. This is why when you drop your request on Discord, I want to see your chart. I want to see what you're thinking of, because it's when you start to formulate your own plan rather than formulating a plan off of the plan that I'm posting or whatever, but you're actually able to start doing that. And I'm going to tell you this right now. You're going to be wrong. You're going to suck. You're going to not draw the right boxes. And if that's what scares you, stop trading, because you're not going to be able to trade if you're scared of posting, if you're scared of sharing, if you're scared of getting feedback. So don't be scared. All right. Anyway, um, thanks, Chris. All right, so Meta is not opening up with any sort of extraordinary opportunity presented immediately, but I mean it does have. I believe there's a little lower time frame channel, kind of looking like that right there. So you might be subject for a little bit more of that while it kind of hangs loose, looking for that FOMC move potentially. But this is also a great opportunity both to the upside and the downside, where we have a really solid entry at 680.50 for a gap fill trade and overhead break to 688, where then we could be looking at the upside large move, right? And this is, guys, stop, set alerts. Everybody should be setting a butt fuck. You cannot watch all stocks. I don't care. Even if you're Rusty, and as much as Rusty's eyes kind of drift apart sometimes, I don't care. He can't see all those fucking charts, all at once. So it is way better, rather than trying to watch everything like a dork, than to just set alerts, right? Because some things don't deserve our attention until they've done something that's attention worthy. I mean, just saying, with Rusty's grill, he probably has to hire somebody with a squeegee to fucking clean his monitors off. Spray and pray. All right. Anyway, let's take a look at Hood. That was fun. That was therapeutic. All right. Hood. Put up. So, we're looking at this one for earnings, King. I'm not really pleased on how the earnings look, if I'm being 100% honest with you. But if I have it my way would go down. And yes, below the 8170 floor, you have the opportunity to do just that. And that can happen before earnings. I think that would ultimately, maybe set us up to get into that $100 level up above you. But right now, there's quite a bit separating you from that reversal. So if you're looking to the upside, and again, your chart's pretty zoomed out, so it's understandable. But on the 4 hour, you have a box right here at 83.35, cost basis 84.50. You have a floor at 86.10, and then a cost basis at 89.35. And these are all going to serve as triggers to reverse us back up. And then McDonald's bounce. So it should be, I think it was, yeah, beautiful. So it's actually sitting right on that level now, and we do, in fact, have a bounce. Um, I think that's going to be a gap though, no, I guess no gap. That could be something to look at. Yeah, that could be. This has been a significant level for McDonald's. However, folks, you did just drop down, right? And refuse adamantly to get back up above 315. And that has been a big first thing I got. Yeah, exactly. How's your TV working? My trading do? I haven't had any issues here this morning so far. Hi, Rogue. Yeah, doing a little analysis. I hear you. All right, it's 9 o'clock right now. Again, ask yourself, do you have a proper setup? Do you have a clear opportunity that you are looking at? But anyway, to finish that thought, King, yes, I think temporarily, there should be a retest bounce potentially up here, but it is, one of those things where, you did just dip down into, you know, uh, some serious structure. So it could be even like 283 that we're looking at. So, but again, it did bounce. So it is worth looking at continuing bouncing. First day trading on my own, and I don't have a setup. It reminds me of this person who joined the Discord years ago, and he came back. He had like started, and then something happened in his life. He got pulled away, and then he came back, and he was like, "Bro," he was like, "I feel like I got pulled away, and now I'm back, and I've been putting on this work, and like tomorrow and he said that, he literally was like, tomorrow I'm like gonna hit it hard." And I said, make sure there's an opportunity to hit it hard. And he was, kind of didn't really respond to it. Next 2 days, the market didn't do shit. Like, universally, there was very, very little opportunities. And the few opportunities that did happen, he chased. Gone. Right? The market doesn't care if you're energized. It doesn't care if you just came back from a 3-month refresher. It doesn't care if you made a lot of money or if you made no money. If you have no money or you can't pay your fucking electric bill, it could give a shit less when and where you show up. And this is, I'm not necessarily addressing you. It just kind of reminded me of this. It's important to recognize where you're stepping into and know that it is the better trader, the better investor, the whatever, who steps to the market and knows when it's time to swing and when it's time not to. So, again, if you step up, and he's saying, I don't have a setup, that's perfect, right? That's also a signal to follow. I don't have a setup. I don't trade. When we do have setups, right? If you've rewind 2 weeks ago, we had more setups than I knew what to fucking do with. There was PayPal, there was fucking UPS, there was Nike, there was Meta, there was a bunch of different stocks that, gave out huge Nvidia. And I mean, that one's still pumping like we talked about. So, it's important to spend that time. And also, I'll say this, if you're showing up late or if you didn't do any charting last night or you haven't done any charting this morning, what do you expect? That's on you, right? Because you got to show up, and I know inside of the Discord people, obviously done the same, and it's okay to follow, right, in some sense, because if you speak the same language, that's totally fine. but it's better if you have your own plan, because then you're not having to do all of this at a moment's notice. So, all right. SOXL Greg Short. There's plenty of room to the downside. I went short yesterday, May 29th, 110 puts. Very good. Well, you fucking nailed that, Greg. Uh, Now, a lot of the times, that second candle, and again, we just saw an incredible run on SOXL. Let's go look down here. I was just going to say, this is where I actually, so 24-hour empty space. And this is where, folks, it's okay not to have anything, right? Mark out the gap. The candle closed at 122.94. That is likely where price will retest. And that's what I would be curious on, because you did and are sitting on this 24-hour candle here to your left. And the tops and bottoms of every single 24-hour candle will have its relevance. Now, how do I solve this, right? And this is a good learning opportunity for anybody on TikTok, right? How do I solve this? I can't right here. I cannot. There is no fucking way on earth, right? Other than, if you lined up fibs or you have some, some indicator or something. But I'm talking about, how do we problem solve this? We look at the 24-hour, it's pure empty space. We look at the 4-hour, I start to see red candles, but it doesn't really do me that much good, right? I can mark them out and they probably are relevant, but I drop to the 2-hour, right? Now I see 102.64, that red candle I marked out, starting to kind of take a little bit of form. And again, I move once more. So now that I'm here on the hourly, I'm starting to see things, right? Why did that bounce there? Because it bounces here, right? So clearly, this very small structure is relevant. So I could say that underneath 106.46, we could be looking for a continuation on the hourly, more than likely to the first 103.63. Now, in the same manner, I can say, well, what's up above, right? And on the 30-minute, it looks like this floor, you tried to scrape your fingers over top of it and failed. Or we could call it retest, but let's go ahead and move a little bit further down to the 15-minute. Okay, so it does look like the 110 mark, basically your strike price, is where we would likely be looking for a reversal today. So again, when I'm short, I want to know where that upside play is and where it would happen, because that's where essentially my play would run out, or I would need to hedge or whatever. Anyway, that being said, above 110.31, you're looking at a potential 113 retest. And right now, I think on the 15-minute, I'd say pretty confidently that price is going to need to retrace back down underneath 108 and 107.14 in order to see a new low. Now, again, all of this matters, but ultimately I'd be looking at 103.75 here as your next major pit stop to the downside. I do expect that there's a decent probability in this trying to bounce and retest at minimum. So if NQ were to break above that level, would you enter NQ? That could be a great opportunity. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, literally. Yeah, oh my God, yes. Xavier. 100%. Yeah, for NQ, when you're trapped in, if you don't have your phone turned sideways, you can't see this, but if you are trapped underneath that is one of my favorite entries, or one of my favorite things to trade. So, hey, and again, without a catalyst, guys, and an overnight gap down, this is a perfect opportunity to fucking shiver your timbers, Just be careful. If we rush down and we hit some major level, oof, they're going to reel in the shorts. They're going to rip that fucker back up. But we do have FOMC, right? We do have corporate, or a shit ton of or big earnings coming tonight. So, again, mind your P's and Q's. The majority of market price action is happening overnight. So, all right, let's keep going, because I want to see if there's anything else. I did go over UNH. Let's take a quick look at NVIDIA. The NVIDIA had a little, oof, boy, that thing, oof, that thing fucking nasty little gap down right there. Okay, reversal mark is going to be 110.65, and then up or directly below you I'd say 208.42 and 207.71. I'm gonna order some pavlova. 2 hour, 1 hour, 30 minute. Okay, so 30-minute range here to your left makes total fucking sense and could make dollars potentially. So over the orb, or excuse me, over the 210.54, there would be a target at 211 and of course 212. I don't really like that one that much. Coca-Cola, $80 target with earnings rip. Would you hold runners for later this week, or would you sell full positions since the IB is likely to drop? Oh, that was perfect inside of the box, wasn't it? No shit. I'm gonna be honest with you. If I had the right expiration, I'd probably try, especially if this ripped off the top. I'd probably try to get it to 79.50. It depends on how high that IV is. You could probably look at that at the open, but this is an opportunity where if I took it here, I would probably grab or take some profit off the table and then move on from there. Marble. Oof. Jesus, Lord have mercy. Well, it looks like we definitely seeing some nosediving right now. I would say right now you got a 145.41 target. Pretty simple. Pretty simple right here. I don't really see anything other than a range here, and you're at the 50% mark. So if you can break that range, then you could go for 50% of the gap, which would be right about that one. Well, actually, it's not gap. Sorry, that'd be about 142.72. Do I prefer higher IV when entering a trade? No, I would prefer that most people are not interested in it. I want that OI. Again, if there's I want to know that there's activity. I want to know that volume will come back. And as long as that's assured, then yeah, it's a good trade. So, what you making? What do you mean? What do you guys anything else? I'm gonna zoom through these. ABT, it's 9:11 TikTok. Again, I'll be back on at 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. I have QQQ puts and I have IWM straddle that I was holding on to. So I took the Q puts because I grabbed a speculative Apple position as well, which it should work out pretty well. Not the Apple, but the Qs should poke the Apple. All right. Who is ripping? Oh shit. Oh, I hadn't looked at it in a minute. No fucking way. I hit. Oh shit. No fucking way. I called that. Yeah. I actually did. No, hey, yo. Oh, you can't start to. Yeah, I'm on medication. Um, yeah, I actually called for Apple to go up in the Discord somewhere. I typed it out right before the bell yesterday. I said, uh, yeah, yeah, it was like 15 minutes before the bell. Um, I don't know where the fuck I said it, but no, what's wildest to me though is I swung Q puts and I swung Apple, or I swung Apple calls and then Q puts because I took the Q puts because I was like, well, I'm only speculating on this, that's fucking anyway. Uh, yeah, hell yeah. Okay, well that's kind of sweet. No way my hedge worked, and you said Apple worth a look on the 30. That's right, Apple on worth a look on the 30, and then I think I gave the price target right, 271.74. What the fuck is that? File quality? That's interesting. All right. Um, so what is everybody trading right now? TikTok, what are you guys trading? What looks good to you? Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, Schwab looks good. Everybody's looking at Hood. I mean, Hood. I would rather. I'd rather skin my knees on Rusty's teeth than oh ugh. That was violent, dude. Um, let's see here. I mean, it's obviously for a retest gap fill back up to 7850. That could be pretty fire. Um, me, I am assuming that the cues are going to bounce and probably what? Yeah, I well we have a big ass box. Yeah. But yeah, directly in fact the levels that I just marked out for you guys earlier are holding up right now. 657.60, 659.75 to the upside. Um, I imagine they're gonna probably make it pretty difficult. Say that all again one more time. I'm sorry. So, 657.82. Is that the wick right there? Uh, oh, this? Okay, yeah, I like the points of contact off of that 657.50. So I actually like the pre-market bounce high, right there for that shot up to 659.62. Listen to fucking Jack Johnson right now. What is? Oh yeah, there it is. Apple's worth looking at 30-minute time frame. Yeah, I was hoping people would put that together. No shit, man. That's fucking awesome. Yeah, beautiful little pocket of empty space. That's really it though. Yeah. Yeah. What are you looking at on that? Well, floor check. I see 187.25 is the first immediate target overhead right now for Pan W with a retest at potentially 180. Yeah, you got it. Circle down. I'm done with circle. Well, I have one intention, and I mean, while I'm not going to argue that there's a potential, for this to leg down. There's just so much in front of you that has to be broken, and this is not a clean box. I'm gonna be honest with you. It has no equal high over the top, so it's a little yucky. But more or less, looking over here to your left, right? That's more or less the node that I would expect for price to run into relatively soon, and I'll move that up right about there. As you can see, that was your floor. That's 89.73. So if you're looking for it down, you actually have quite a bit in front of you that needs to be broken, this included, as well as, again, what we can't really actually call a box either, just empty space down to 87.28. Now, if that can be broken, then we can talk shop about filling up. Now, if you're looking for a longer expiration, it's all about your entry here. Good morning. Never been here before. What do we got going on? Right now, we're going over our watch list and slash requests that people have for me. And this is where we prep to look for opportunities based on higher time frame setups adherent to my strategy. And we are looking for either a day trading opportunity or a swing trading opportunity as we near the end of the day. Various different flavors here. I took 270s on that apple. Beautiful. Yeah, so we're going to be taking profit. I'm going to be taking profit on a Q put and an apple call, which might be one of the most unusual things to happen to me in the last couple of months. Do I do this for a living? I do this for a living. I do. All right, mRNA downside might be too late to get in. Well, so again, without a proper break, we don't have a guarantee for a potential new low. We have 4750 directly underneath us. On the 4 hour, it does look like you have a pretty straightforward range here. We're going to give it the floor there, and that would give you a target of 45 to the downside. You also have what appears to possibly be a channel at play, like so. And so you could be, yes, looking for a break underneath 47.50 for that 44.94 as well as that $42. Do you know how much it fluctuates? It fluctuates. That there's shit. That's why when I first started trading, it was so hard to buy a fucking car, hard to buy a house. There's a couple of banks that do like bank statement loans, um, or stuff like that. But it's um, it's tough to, especially if you don't have pre-existing credit. It's tough to convince, a bank to loan you money when they're like, well, this month you made, 6K, but this one month you made 40. You're like, what's going on here? Like, do you have any like consistency? What? Especially in the beginning. Now I have like an actual, based off dividends and stuff like that, I have some consistency behind it. But back in the day, sheesh. O. Do I mind looking at the ticker O? Oh no. I don't see anything adherent to my strategy. That's for sure. This is a hot pond of garbage for at least when it comes to my setup. I don't really see it. However, I do see that the overhead structure on O is basically what was refused. Moving down to the 24-hour time frame to clear this up, that would be absolutely true. So all the opportunities for you to go up have been lost or unable to be reclaimed. So I would say right now there's not much under you. And again, I thrive off of structure, and when every single bar that you have is structure, it can make life a little bit more difficult. So I'd say right now 62.27 and 62 are going to be important targets to the downside. Got out of Coca-Cola like a dope. Why? That's what you saw. Sick. Hell yeah, let's go. NOW. Is Mara cooked to the upside? Listen, you know what? I have a rule. It says cover your children's ears. Fuck Mara, okay? And fuck Riot too. While we're at it, both of those stocks and how they move, you get 2 bars and it's over with. Now, back in the day, in the prime, that shit was hot. But now, price action on Mara and Riot, it is abysmal, and it's tough to catch. We'll look at it in just a second. ServiceNow has a there we go. ServiceNow has a pretty decent setup. You absolutely have a 93.11 1 hour candle close that would likely lead you to the previous box floor of 95.81. And that would be today's diagnosis in the same breath, right? We need to maintain candle closures above 91. Irene, we've got just a few minutes here, folks. So make sure you are ready to go. Irene. Oh, shit. Okay. So this goes back to that 24-hour time frame where you are technically about to punch down, and I would suspect that right now you're looking at a $45 target to the unders. But yeah, $45 would be the first target underneath you, and then obviously the goal would be get into that empty space for 43 and 39.45. Do you trade the Strat by Rob Smith? No, I did actually for about a month. I traded the Strat and I found it to be like trading blind. Now, it's really, again, if enough people believe something to be true, then it is. And that was, I think, the case here because you'll see like volume pop off of that. But I ultimately knew that in order to achieve consistency, I had to have an overhead time frame setup based on the chart and not an indicator, which just led me to dropping the indicator and dropping the whole strategy in a nutshell, because I was just making more money looking elsewhere. So no, I do not trade the strat. I trade my strategy. My strategy works too well for me to abandon it, and I live for the day I find a better one. All right. Real quick, I left my Zins upstairs. It's unfucking acceptable. How am I feeling about Nike? Did that one hold? Yeah. So somebody actually sent me the clip of me talking about this one, um, on yeah, Siko or whatever. He sent me a clip of me talking about this one. But yeah, listen, let it come to us. All right, set your alerts. It's not even. You know what? There is no feel. There is only react. Over that overhead right there. I feel great, right, about the way it's moving, but ultimately it still has to do something, right? All right, 1 second. Sin City, baby.
I missed the IWM thing. Anybody remember what he said? We're gonna pull back off the open, or
I do well with the strat. Glad you found something that works well for you. There's so much money made. Who cares how we're doing it? I do care. I mean, I don't care how you're doing it unless you're trading my system, but I do care. You know what I mean? Like, if I know that there's a more efficient system, a more consistent system, a higher reward system that would make me more money as a business, like that would be a stupid thing to ignore. Personally, that's my that, and I have a cutthroat like fuck that indicator, fuck volume. You know what I mean? Like fuck flow, fuck the new. Like I used to be that way a little bit more. Like yeah, me personally, for myself, and obviously my students, like I again, if I thought something else, I don't use anything else. I don't use any other strategy. I don't use any other indicators. I don't take people's advice that use ICT or ICC or whatever. Like I don't want to hear what you have to say because you're not doing what I'm doing. You can't do what I do because you don't see what I see. And I don't say that with an ego. I say that with money. So, but if you're making money and you like the way that you're making money, make money. Again, that's up to you. But again, my kind of like I would say borderline aggressive. That's me. That's my discipline. We don't move. We stay here. We focus on one thing because that's why I'm here. That's the whole reason I'm making money in the fucking stock market the way that I am. Is the whole reason that I've been able to year after year consistently, I mean, and I say blow up my account, but like inflate my account, more and more every single year. So, all right. Yeah, I don't think this one's gonna fly. But that's what we signed up for. We wanted to see how it was gonna do at 35.18 because ultimately that was the punchback. All right, we got to get to business here. TikTok. I'm gonna stay on YT YouTube. But I'm gonna go ahead and hop off of here. I'll stay on YouTube for the first like 10 minutes here, and then I'm gonna hop off. I'll see you guys in at about 2:30. But I'll be live tomorrow with you guys. All right. Otter Stocks Trading. You said who's ripping? Meta, Google, Apple. What are we doing? See what these. Sheesh, damn. God damn. What's up? Stop, drop, and roll. Yo, you guys able to get out of these apples? That was just at 350. Well, I don't know what fill you guys have. There's IWM retesting that overhead. Oof. There we go. Nice little bag. Not bad, not bad, not bad, not bad. Qs. All right, so we're getting that big fat impulsive move down. Let's see if it clears the lows. This is what I had drawn out. Damn, Apple took that shit and hit my cost basis and died. Wow. Yeah, all those are dead. I mean, dude, literally hit that 50% mark and died. That's crazy. Um, let's see here. Yep, there we go. Qs drop in here. All I have right now is the floor here at 654. Yeah, but it's good for us if you've been watching it. Although it might not be good long term, but yeah, it's good for us. Empty space. Literally went back down through all of those candles that we traded up. Extraordinary. All right, IWM banging up against that low from yesterday at 279.23. I'm hanging on to all the shit that I got if it's for the end of the week. So on IWM anyway. What's up? Oh, dude. Yo, did you guys just smoke that KO pack? Listen, that was fucking beautiful. That was a beautiful, yeah, that was beautiful. Right to the target, a little bit. And that was a great setup. I mean, that was easy. I think yesterday's analysis, that was easy to call for. Good bounce on the Qs here. This might be that flip. So that's that impulsive move down. Bounce back up. And this is where they could flip this back over 650, 657.56, back up to 658.29. Jana, what happened? What's with the face palm? What's up? I fucking hate that stock so much, but yeah, it's not bad. Yeah, it's not bad at all. It's a good setup. It used to move great. enough. OpenAI says its business is firing on all cylinders. It doesn't have cylinders. Anyway, IWM crossing that overhead right here on the floor. Come on, Q's. Ah, Q's looking good. What's Tesla doing? 300% on AMD. Nice job. Sheesh. IWM. I'm watching the Qs right now to pop over that top and go give me that 659. IWM just shot up into that box. 15 minutes. I gotta get rid of all this garbage. Tesla opening up with another inside candle, though. I like you, Qs. I like you. See, I like entering in structure like this on the Qs. Nice. Fucking perfect. Fucking expensive, though. Flix did hit that bottom. Now it's the wick. That's all you have left. That one was kind of looking short, though. All right, Q's hit that top. I'm looking for the break over 657.86 here. Looking for it to pop. Kind of following that IWM setup right now, which is flying. If anything's moving fast, feel free to bring it up. AMD, NVIDIA. I imagine if the Qs are popping, NVIDIA likely use that opportunity to touch 211. Pop. Yeah, go ahead. Hey, where's my thing? Give it back. Oh, God. Give it back. On the Qs here. Hit the side button. Back from morning run. All my puts are up. Nice. I just saw that. Ellie left that. That's cute. There we go, Qs. 658.23. Keeping tight stop. Every single time I turn that on, it fucking turns itself back off again. What the fuck? Mm-hmm. Qs are going to come back and retest right here if they can't get this pop. They don't seem to have enough gas. I don't mind trying the trade, but it's tight stop loss on this. Just whatever you need. Just get whatever. I swung that. I actually left a few runners on the table because I really didn't have a choice. Came back all of a sudden. Yeah, just get the big bag. 500% on KO. Nice job, Neil. By the way, if anybody ever, Raymond posts a lot of his gains on TikTok. If you guys do that, I'll start duetting those videos. Free hat, you gotta come here. Come here, Poppy. I think I'm getting in too late. Do I need to be getting inside the box? A lot of the times, like with the cues this morning, and I've meant to kind of, and I'll do even if this trade doesn't work out, which right now the overhead's pretty tough. So, but no, I if I have the opportunity, like when I see a candle like you just saw right there, where it wicks down and pulls itself back up above a floor, I'll use that floor, or I'll use that cost basis, or I'll use that overhead, and I'll get in. And I do in these cases with the candle looks like that. Yes, I will get in before that candle, like right as that candle's getting ready to close. That's when I'll pop in because I can use again. People like yes, we want the signal for it to go up, of course, but it is the floor that is a suitable stop loss, especially for these quicker trades. Pay end. You just gave it to me and then stole it. Yes, you did. Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. On you slick bastard. Fucking rip. There you go. Oh yeah. Trying to shake me out. Trying to shake me out. What, you think this is a game? You think this is a game? You think this is a game? Remember, if you don't like my music or you don't want to hear the background noise, if you're watching my stream, you can mute it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Q's. Oh, yeah. What a good trade. Yeah, not bad. These contracts are a little bit more expensive, though, so we don't need that high fluidness percentage. Hang on to some runners, obviously. Netflix, or excuse me, Nvidia. If anybody, I literally just gave that. Again, I don't signal, but fuck, dude, that was perfect. Nvidia back up. Just hit that the bottom of the box perfectly. Q's wick to wick. Oh yeah, that was a good little trade right there. Look at that, golf man. Give yourself a pat on the back. If you can't reach, pat yourself somewhere else. Sometimes you're bad. Okay. Yeah, this is a good trim point. These were expensive contracts on the queue, so I'm trimming, getting some profit off the table here, and then we'll investigate further. But this is the end of that empty space. It's not the end of the gap. I'd like to maybe go touch 660, but we might have to work for that one. Way from home. Nice, beautiful tap. So that right there was like, if for anybody who's newer here, a 2 minute setup with 2 minute empty space gave me two candles, touch my target, and boom. Right now, I'm using that lower time frame to obviously look for the potential for us to go up further, but that is right the most straightforward area of price. Everything else is going to be up for debate, right? You could go hit this, come back down, like obviously. um But yeah, Nvidia tapped that floor pretty perfect. Anybody? Yeah. Did you get that 120? Did you get that 130 entry or? The, yeah, it's a good entry. Nakana maname. Hello, Rogue. All right, now from here with the runners on the table, UNH just triggered something. Eyes on UNH here. Remember, you can put time on things, set tight stop losses. Yeah, the spread is fucking redonkulous. Fucking spread, dude. Désolé. Wow. Okay, that was not good. All right, I'm seeing the IWM start to break back down a little bit. Now, I'm not looking for a reversal on it, but obviously it's faltering where it needs to push. Qs are, again, they typically lag a little bit. So let's see if they can get that 659, 63. Anybody take the Qs with me? I know it's a little expensive. I actually did call this one out. That's crazy.
Maybe one day when my account size is big as yours. I got
Garrett money. You think anybody else in the world? I wonder how the other Garretts of the world are doing. You know what I mean?
Not as good as you.
Like who's the richest Garrett? Like that matters to
Probably
me.
you.
Think so?
You're the only Garrett.
Damn. Whoa. Nah.
Scam you so hard, like
Wow. Dude, there was this I think he's Ukrainian. And Junior, you saw him. Bro, this dude's fucking wild. He's so wild. Um yeah, he was like getting real close to the mic. He's just like, "Oh my god. Buy my course, baby, so I can scam you so fucking hard." I was like, "Oh my god, dude. Like, Jesus Christ." Good push on UNH here. Curious. Morning, Papa. Good. Trading UNH, the Qs. IWM. Yeah. Dude, that was not supposed to happen. I thought it was good. I actually looked at Apple this morning and I thought it was pulling back. I guess I was just looking at the number, but lo and behold, that motherfucker went up and then Qs went down. The numbers, Mason. Mm. Yeah. Nice 80% right here on my runners for the Qs. Tappy tap. Dip me in chocolate ganache. Roll me in pistachio crumble. And take pro. Yo, what's up, boss? Hey, yo, what the fuck? No, I don't, because I made the mistake. I was doing demo work as my first year of doing any sort of construction work, and I scratched my leg with sandpaper, and it felt really good because I had my leg was itchy, and I just fucking so I scratched it again. The next day, I woke up and looked like fucking a cat, like a rabid cat, got a hold of my leg. It's like all swollen. Yeah, don't ever do that. This shit's poisonous. Yo, that level on the Qs was disgusting. Did anybody get UNH? The spread is fucking horrendous, but yeah, I got in, but I wasn't happy about it. Why you run away from me? The beat goes round and round. The beat goes on. Hello, Pearl. No. I mean, I mean, yeah, maybe. I mean, like, I didn't have it. That's not my plan right now. The plan was to focusing on a stock that's, again, this build was up against that high, or really cost basis was that high. So, we did everything that we needed to do. We maintained the 349. And then, looking at the overhead channel that I've marked out here before as well. One thing that, guys, I don't do is I don't short stocks that are going up unless I have good reason. Like I have to have formulated a real good plot, or that's not what and I'm not saying that you can't, right? But I usually pick one. And for UNH, I pick up. Could be wrong. We shall find out. Almost doubled right now. Beautiful. Nice. By the way, if you guys ever join or have like your friends join, make sure you DM me. Let me know, because I know some of you guys have been telling your friends, and your friends will email me and be like, "Yeah, this person recommended me or whatever." You guys can, let me know. Please, Apple, dip me in caramel. Caramel apples are overrated, guys. I'm gonna just say it. Apples should be smaller. Apples can't be too big. It ruins the vibe. It is. It needs to lose the floor though. I'm actually looking at grabbing longer expiration, or not long, like long, but oof, beautiful reversal right there on the Qs. Yeah, I have a target of my target right now is 271.55. If you want to grab those for like the day after FOMC, or I mean, you could grab them for today for a gamble, but I have, yeah.
Look at your deck. Here.
What do you mean check out? What if I already have
Oh, then we know we're on the same page.
390s also?
Alright.
Did I ignore you, Spartan? Is it my fault? Now you can leave a review and be like, he never answers my questions. No, not Spartan.
Not one Spartan. You just need a maybe junior year. You just need a something like that.
After hours, I try not to. I try not to look at my fucking phone too much. Otherwise, I get sucked back into. Ah, 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 ah. God damn. That fucking wave. It came in waves, dude. I tried to invert yawn, dude. Shit, it fucking didn't work. If you believe, if listen, dude, there's something. Not they could. I was gonna say you're also painting the picture, bro. Like straight up, like I really do, and I don't believe necessarily like hippie manifestation where you're like, oh, if I just think about a job, it'll come to me. Like like I don't believe in that. But I do think that there's power in your words and in your intention in your intentions and in your brain listens like a dog. You know what I mean? Like if it goes back to that like whole car theory where it's like once you see a if you buy a new car, a new brand, you're gonna see that car and that brand everywhere. It's like as soon as you say to your brain like this is what's going to happen, your brain is going to like I mean it locks in, man. And I wish I had. Yeah.
It's like when I'm reaching for a bad trait, it's like trying to whatever, just do it.
And think about what the vape is, bro. It's a handheld dopamine ripper. I mean, you get fucking, and I'm not gonna listen, dude. I think for about a year I vaped. Because I've always had me and nicotine are in a wild dance through life right now. Um, and I've substituted it, obviously with having extremely high powered pouches, which is also, if you go up in strength, nobody wants to share with you. It's awesome. I've never, not once in my life have I ever give. Actually, no, one time I gave one person a pouch and they fucking had it in their mouth for like, it was the dad at the party, dude, and he was like, he literally looked at me from afar and shook his head. I knew exactly what happened. I was like, my bad, bro. I was like, dude, it was almost word for it is almost. So I have 12 milligram pouches. Most people have like 3 to 6, 6 at the high end. So I'm like, obviously double like that dose. Um, and I've always had an extremely high like nicotine tolerance. Like I horseshoed the first time somebody gave me dip, they like gave me a horseshoe as most young men do. Um and like I got sick, but like I wanted more. Like I was like, hey, hold on. I saw beauty in that sickness. Good bounce on the cues here. Good empty space. But yeah, I was at a party, little, our kids are friends, and he didn't have any pouches. He like pulled his pouch out and it was empty, and I like kind of like handed him my pouch. And I was like, and he looked at it and he was like, "Holy fuck, bro!" He was like, 12 milligrams. He's like, "Geez," he literally said what Neil said, but like in different words. He's like, "Dude, you're fucking built different." Like, um, but yeah, I gave him the pouch, and then it was everybody was kind of roaming around, and I walked back out on the porch where everybody was at, and I went inside to get a drink, and I saw him over the corner, and he was like kind of kneeled down by his wife, and he just looked at me for up from the squat, and he was just like shook his head, and I was like, "Oh man, my bad." Yeah, yeah, that yeah. Yeah, the 15s are nice. Those sit my ass down. I ain't gonna lie to you. Also, hunger control, bro. You want to fucking, you hungry? Put a 12 milligram. Now you're nauseated. Now you don't want to eat.
But also not to like
Yeah. I actually drink liquid. I've been intermittent fasting because I was getting a little fat. Um, and hey, 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 hey. All right, dude. I was so hot, dude. Yo, that's fucked up. But nah, yeah, if I feel like I'm getting too heavy or something like that, I'll just fast in the morning, but I'll drink like seltzer water or Liquid Death, the lime flavor. That's my favorite one. Actually, what's funny is I got this whole like tactic of drinking liquids when I'm hungry, because when you're locked up and you don't have any food, like you'll be like, "Oh man, I'm hungry," especially when you first come in. And other inmates, it's like they're programmed to say this shit. They're like, "Oh, just have a water burger." And that's like, I remember asking, I was like, "What the fuck is a water burger?" He's like, "Go fill up your cup with water, dude." And like drink the water. I was like, "Oh man, I was so disappointed." Hmm. No, I've never played that. That sounds a little suspect. I do remember doing like a boot camp thing though when I was in middle school. It was like a program that my school had called STAR, and you basically like they had old drill sergeants like basically like run you through boot camp. And they would have you like stand up against this wall and drink water out of a gallon jug until you threw up. And I remember I was in that for like 6 months. It was like a daily occurrence. It's like Jesus Christ, man. But dude, I feel like I fucking was about to drown standing up. All right, everything popped down except for IWM. IWM's just kind of cruising back down, but the Q's built back up, filled that empty space. It's trying to grab that box. What's Tesla doing? It's got a 5 minute box that it keeps fighting with right now. You just broke cost basis just now, so you should be looking at a 382.30 high. Junior, I got to check that. That was bro's fantasizing. Junior, where'd that tracking go, dude?
just at the triple.
Wait, bro, Junior. You put fucking silverware? Bros, this. I'm sorry. That's amazing, dude. Yeah, just sending my homie some teaspoons. We're fancy friends. I'm sorry, that just tickled me so much. Cheerio, mate.
It's Tuesday, isn't it?
Yay. Nothing. That's some tracking thing. Nah, nah. We need more English people in here. What are you on about? Oh, this American. This American food is extraordinary. The pieces. box. That's fucking hilarious. Yo, I could use AI to change one of the scenes in Harry Potter where you like cast a spell. So he says Potterbox. Expecto Potterbox. Yeah, there we go. Want to hop in Netflix? Yeah, I don't want to hop in Netflix. I want to forget. I just want to forget. I just want to forget that it ever happened. No shit, it bounced right off of 90. Oh my god, squeeze and twist. Watch it, puppy. Yeah. Take it in your heart. Mm. Take it in your heart. Is it mad proper, mate? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Proper app. Ah, dude, that's good. That's good. Wait for somebody who's actually English to hop on it and be like, yeah, his accent's fire. Like, yeah, it's actually how it sounds. No, but Americans, dude, Americans are bold, bro, because like we're probably like the only people in the world where an English person will come up to us and be like, "Hello, mate," and or that sounded more Australian. You know, they'll be like, you know, "Hello," and we'll dead ass mock them right in their face, like, "Oh, welcome to America." Like, yo, fuck. Oh shit, dude, it was like Kevin Hart said that. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. Yeah. That's fucking hilarious. Americans are bold, bro. Oh my god. We do? Americans? Oh, that's Mikey. Yes. Yeah, you ever heard somebody talk about something like this? You wash your windows and get you fix you a plate of yams with them whole whole fried turkey. He said it doesn't sound any different. Yo, I'm dead. My god, dude, singing little ditties to Tesla. Oh, Nvidia. Oh, Nvidia. Be, stop because I sound like cornbread. Nah, my friend Chop, dude, he has a southern accent, but he also has like slang with it, dude. It's so funny when my friend Chop is around other people that I know, they will ask me to translate. They have no fucking clue what he's talking about. He's one of my, dude, one of my funniest friends, cause like dead ass. I'll say something that's funny, and he'll run away laughing, but like he'll actually run away. Like I've said something before and he's like, "Boy, you're crazy." And then like he'll run out the front door laughing. And I'm like waiting a few minutes and I'm like, where and I look down the road and I see him. He's like a dot. He's like still laughing. I'm like, "Yo, what the fuck is this dude on?" No, no, it's not him. It's a little pricey. It's a little pricey. All about myself, myself. Mm, 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 mm. Look at Core Weave coming right the fuck back up. That actually has a nice 30-minute setup. I'm gonna set some alerts on that bad boy. What the fuck is that, Ruben? He said, No way, bro. He's on the fucking ground. Yo, I just watched that. That's fucking. He peeks the camera over, and the bro's just fucking sprawled out. Uh, that's fucking hilarious. Americans immediately on roast time. Yeah, I thought we try and enter at the end of the day. Ethan, I think I'm good. So if okay, so you're trying to follow me, right? And that's where, again, what you do is going to be, especially if you're new, yes, primarily you're going to try to wait for the end of the day. But it doesn't mean that price intraday might not break a level that will give you a useful entry. If you're looking at like CRWV, these levels being reclaimed, can serve as stop losses. This one looks like it could give you a 119 run there, but I'm actually gonna be watching that one. Seems like everything's kind of picking up, hitting the ask though. We're seeing sellers step up quite a bit. Nvidia's fighting with cost basis, that 50% mark. Hmm.
Usually when healthcare runs, it's probably bad news with FOMC.
There you go, Nvidia. Nice build. Anybody out here in the Midwest? You guys been fucking tornadoes out there, bro. They're donkulous. Happier than a tornado. in a trailer park. I've been in 3 tornadoes in my life. Them things are fucking scary, bruh. My favorite natural disaster is a hurricane. Because you can run from hurricanes. You know what I mean? It's like, oh no, hurricane's coming. You got 4 days to prep. You know, like
Dude, I was in Texas. They took the tornado took the fucking truck and jumped out of the truck and dove into a cul-de-sac.
are you? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Forget that sound.
Did the tornado give it back? Holy shit, dude. Yeah, tornadoes are no fucking joke, bro. That's actually out here. It's like, down south they don't have basements or like, because flooding is a big thing out here. But I would love to have a um but yeah, I would love to have a tornado shelter out here.
Wait till you get here to Cali and you feel the ground move.
So that's actually one of my biggest fears is being swallowed by the earth. But I do think I was in the Northridge earthquake when I was a baby, and apparently pots fell off the wall, and one of them, a saucepan, hit me in the head. It was a boxed pan, yeah, because they make pans like that. Um, My mom noticed some behavior. You know what's fucked, guys, is I had underdeveloped hips when I was born, so I had braces like, as a baby, like Forrest Gump, like with a bar in between my legs, like keeping my fucking legs in place. You know what my parents used to do? They would hold that bar and swing me around, swing me the fuck around. And you know what? I have hip problems now as a fucking adult, dude. And I'm like, yeah, they were fucking using my goddamn hips as a jungle gym. Fucking ridiculous. Sounds like a Diddy ass comment, but yeah.
Connor watching NVO.
Ah, nice. Mm. I've always wondered. We had somebody in here who would always say, like a boat. You know how like people be like, "Oh, there she blows." Like, always wondered why people. I don't know. Stocks feel more male to me. Like one little bit of criticism and they collapse. Sorry, damn, that was good. That was good. Sorry. You're right.
You're saying, oh, look at that glass, bro. Just trying to get all the shorts, pull yourself back up the floor. Let it cook me, huh?
Hey, listen, it's me ho, okay? Me ho. I gave you that. That was free. You're thinking of that SpongeBob character.
Come on, I didn't have cold drink or something.
Look at Meta chopping up just like I thought. Although it looks kind of dumpy. Little dumpy dump. $665. Sell yourself short, man. Shoot for the stars, man. Look at this hot dog water ass dog. Mara. It actually has clean fucking boxes though. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's a fucking beautiful box. That's a box within a box. Boxception. Oh, dude, I should show my son Inception tonight. That movie had me shook. Yeah, that's one of my favorites. Leonardo DiCaprio? Yeah, yeah. I mean, at least he dates above age, but yeah, he's a little questionable. You know what I mean?
Yo, Gary,
Yeah, what's up, bro?
see, that Scientology speed running and shit.
Yeah, bro, that shit's fucking. I love these. I love this. You know, I know you guys they might get a lot of hate from like older generations, bro, but I'm with it, dude. I love that shit. They could give a fuck less. They're like, let's just run through there.
That way.
Oh, so use some moss. Look how dumb Tesla is, guys. I'm about to go fly a kite. Yeah, I got. Anybody have 27150s? I bought about 9 billion of them for today. Rest of my career is here, folks. Sometimes when I feel real toxic, I'd be like, I'm just gonna full port today. Then I get to my desk and I'm like, don't be a fucking idiot. Yeah, I want 270, 150. Gimme. Look at that box that we're leaving though. Oh boy, that thing's got so much juice in it. Hey, I'm still here. Nah. Oh wait, that little guy? Yeah. Yeah, no, 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 no. Yeah, yeah. That gets respect. It's a little baby box. Every time he watches flick, he gets a check. That's not true if I have it on DVD, Blu-ray. I don't, but I was just saying. All right, guys. All right, chat. All right. All right. Let's focus on the stocks, por favor, Gonna have fun. You know what's funny though is somebody sent me a package and the tracking didn't fucking pop up until like 10 minutes before they delivered it. Yo, Pineapple Zins? That sounds fire. Oh, that Oasis app, Neil? Dude, listen, I'm like I'm about with that homesteading shit at this point, bro, because like every brand, like I mean bread, dude, it's so hard. I mean like you know what I actually thought is like people because of corporate practice, there is actually probably a lot of money to be made in a local sourced grocery store. And I really think that's, it might be a fucking major loss, but I think that if you could work out, and I've actually been really thinking about this a lot. Like rather than having a grocery store, I think I'd rather have a buyer's club and then the leftovers on the like, obviously I would have to start with a buyer's club, but eventually if I build capital, I could so I don't know if you guys heard me explain this before, and if you have anything, I'm in IWM right now. It's below the floor, so I'm just watching for that 273.74. Um, but I used to run this company called OG Organics. Everybody thought I sold weed, but I didn't. Not at that point, but I I basically undercut the grocery store. And in order to order from a distributor, you have to be able to order like boxes of potatoes and like crates of strawberries. You need bulk. And so I create this spreadsheet online and I'd be like, okay, 50-pound box. Someone would say 5 pounds of potatoes and they would pay 10 pounds, 20 pounds, right? And when that order was filled up, we got the crate, right? So it was like a group effort to basically buy these things at cost, but people would buy them anyway. And then I also had local restaurants that were pitching in and starting to use my dude. I was not in the right mindset, and I still had a lot of shit I had to figure out just mentally and stuff. But it really did start to spread fast. And I think if I had done a better job of advertising outside of my circle, because literally my entire like usually when you start a business you don't tell your friends because your friends are they're not obligated to support you, huh? Right. And I mean, like, at the same time, it's like, that they're not obligated or, just because you make something, they could like it, but not want to buy it. Anyway, but I mean, dude, everybody, because they were getting these, like, I mean, they were getting fresh produce, organic produce, the same shit you buy at Whole Foods, but I was actually seeing the price markup and it was insane. And so, anyway, my goal at that point was to basically create a storefront where, dude, it was so nice. I would put these orders in and everything would be filled. I would put everybody's orders together as soon as it came in, and then I would deliver them or they would come and pick them up mostly. The amount of leftovers is absurd. And it actually is like extra profit for these grocery stores because they just like load these crates up and it's like there's definitely leftovers. I mean, we had everything we needed. Our whole entire fridge was like filled with fresh produce. It was really cool. But I'm thinking that like, man, and I don't know how the tough part would be getting in touch with I mean, actually, it wouldn't really be that tough. I think I could just literally go and talk to somebody at like Whole Foods or something and get the number. But ultimately, I think that sourcing both from a distributor and like for bananas and limes and oranges and everything that doesn't grow here, but then also sourcing equally with the same format from local farms. And then that way you could actually help, like if we like say wanted flour, local flour, we could help fund a local mill and help fund a farm that caters or add to a farm that already has plants or is growing organically and focus on flour that doesn't, because there's such high glossate. Beautiful push down here on IWM. There's such a beautiful glossate. There's such high levels of glossate, And again, our fucking FDA could give a shit about us dying or not, because it's like, dude, the amount of people that are our age who are getting colorectal fucking cancer and dying is fucking absurd, bro. It's like very clearly there's something that we're eating, and everything is packaged in plastic. And I mean, like, plastic is, again, not stable. When it comes to, like, if you put fats, anything warm in plastic, like, I don't care if it says it's microwave ready. And that's the one shitty thing about, like, that's the one thing I hate about DoorDash is everything. There's some companies that use the cardboard, and I try to order from them, but it's like, dude, I don't want you to put my fucking boiling hot gravy inside of a small plastic thin ramekin. You know what I mean? Like, and dude, I've had people, or I've had deliveries where the sauce has melted or deformed. You know what I mean? Like, it literally broke the fucking. So of course it's in the food that I'm eating. But it's like
Brother, it is insane.
yeah, yeah, it's nuts.
I was shocked. It was true.
No,
30% of it.
yeah, shut the fuck up. This is actually, yeah, the Keurig cups are rough, man. And that's the thing is like community supported agriculture. Yeah, like community gardens and stuff like that. They've done that here. You cut off there a little bit. Uh, you're talking, Karen? Isn't? Can anybody hear her? Uh,
The tornado got her.
no. I'm about to run to the grocery store or to the store real quick. Um, no, I mean, and I think I know where she was going with that. I mean, I'd like to do something similar. And here's the thing: it's like, dude, like it's so crazy what profits, like, in the name of profits they have to keep. I mean, dude, even the fact that seed companies, Monsanto, like, have it so that you can't plant the seeds that you get from your own food, and they will come and break onto your farm and genetically test that shit and then sue the ever living dog shit out of you, then take your land. And it's like, dude, that shit is, we there's a couple things that should not be on the stock market, and I think food and healthcare, and honestly, fucking public infrastructure should not be fucking put on the stock market, because then it's the goal to make profits, and that's so fuck, like, dude. I mean, look at fucking Georgia Power. I mean, in the middle of like a crisis, they're like, yeah, we're gonna jack up them power rates. Like, take this. And dude, I went from having a $600-700 power bill to like over sometimes like, dude, we hit $1,200 on the power bill. But I was like, jaw dropped. I was like, there's fucking no way. I know, bro. It shit drives me nuts. I was like telling the kids, like, lights off. All these fast food corporations are coincidentally invested in pharmaceutical companies. It's all, yeah. I mean, dude, one of the biggest rabbit holes is the stock market, and is ownership, and is corporations, and is their influence in government. Like, those are the real villains. Like, you know, they will dead ass pass a law that is good for them and bad for everybody else, and they'll pay off your local officials to. I mean, dude, look how many of our officials are allowing for these data companies. Oh, beautiful IWM, I love you. Um, that's and this is again one of the reasons that I'm here, and one of the reasons that I like want to share this fucking strategy, because the more people that have an awareness of how to benefit off of this, then the less beneficial it is for them, but also it's like, dude, it just shows it. It's been one of the most morally abrasive things I've ever endured, like, just being around. I mean, It's probably why I have no friends on this on TikTok. You know, it's probably why I don't make a ton of connections. Because the kind of people that the stock market attracts, you know what I mean. I'm talking about like influencers, like other people who stream and trade and stuff like that. Like, there's a great deal. I mean, there are dead ass some of them who are like, you know, here's the stocks that you would buy, you know, to benefit off of a higher level of incarceration rate. You know what I mean? And it's just like, I get it. You know, the stock market, give it, it's all about profits, all about money. But that's exactly what you wake up to, is that if your company has a good product, or you like a company for their good product, let's say like Ring, for example, not the doorbells, but like the back rollers. I've watched that. I actually bought the Ring roll, like rolls or circles or whatever, for your back. I bought those when they first came out with crowdfunding. Like, they crowdfunded to start this company. Now they're, you know, listed or acquired, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And now you can see they're just pumping out fucking products left and right, like Ninja is. And it's like, now it is, you can't just make a good product and have a good product and then innovate when innovation is available. It is now your sole purpose and job to lower cost and to make more profits and to keep people buying your shit. And if you have a good product that doesn't break, you better have a subscription. And I mean, every fucking thing has like either a subscription now, like, and then I just saw that PlayStation 4, or PlayStation, is trying to do something where if you don't play a game for 30 days, they'll take it away. So you literally will own nothing and be happy. It's diabolical, man. There you go. Exactly. And dude, eh, and listen, yeah. Yeah, meanwhile,
They're basically gonna sell the AI infrastructure.
but you know where I think this leads, folks? I really do think that you're going to end up having anti-corporation trends where, and I think it's already starting to take place. Obviously, all of us are even talking about it, but it's like, you know, I think eventually those who wish to innovate, right, for the right reasons, will start to take precedence. You know what I mean? And I think there, you know, again, this could be hopeful, you know, naive thinking, but I see people around me looking for companies that are not cutting corners. I mean, dude, I even look at CarPay, and you look at their whole business model, and like, the deodorant's good, right? I'm sure we'll probably have a class action lawsuit in the next 10 years, but um you know, it's a good deodorant. I'm not gonna lie to you. I wear it and it doesn't fucking make me sweat, but I accidentally had it so that I was like on a subscription, so that way, I don't even say accidentally, I don't even think he give you an option. um oh my god, dude, I love yapping and making bags. Isn't that like the best?
Yeah, but
I know. I'm yapping. Um, but now I can only think about money. Oh no. Hey, yo.
I may or may not part of my
Yeah, I bought a good many of them bad boys. Um, oh my god, get the fuck out of here. But you know, I think that I, the more that we let them get away with, the more they expose how much and greed, and the more unlivable they make things, the more that inevitably you're going to take away what has kept everybody pacified, which is comfort. So I mean,
Gonna be on the same page, unfortunately, because once you get to a certain level, you stop looking well with other people. And even if you do try.
well, there's a. You know what's kind of interesting is you have the upper class, which starts to not give a shit about anybody else, and like upper class, and then you have like the very lower class, and they don't give a shit about anybody else either because they have to survive. It's like you have it on both ends of the extreme spectrum, which is that's political and everything else, but you have this disassociation from caring about other humans because you're either you have the shield of money, right? That kind of keeps you from having to deal with everybody's everyday bullshit. And then you have, that's good. And then you have, the extreme lower class, which is, again, in survival mode. And I mean, like, dude, I hear people, I've been on both sides of the playing field. And so, like, I hear people talk, or even just kind of like carry that mentality of like, man, fuck them, like, or I don't give a shit about them, life has fucked me, and it's like that sort of thinking, on both ends of the spectrum. uh Pretty fucking, my mom said I'm on the extreme spectrum. Yeah, me too. Q's just, or excuse me, not Q's, Meta just broke this overhead level. I'm looking at this one, maybe to drop down to 664. I am looking at you. All right, IWM's trying to bounce on 273.11. I'm watching this fucker on the hourly though. I want to stay below 273. 273, and we can retest 274.35 for midday. Damn, it's only 10:40. No shit. Yeah, it was a good little trim. Yeah, that was a good trim part.
These 263s I have, they're up 122%.
That's it.
Yeah, but they kind of did too far out.
That's great. That's great.
Imagine something you buy those on up.
That's great.
Like I'm not out.
Yeah, I saw that.
Well, bro.
TikTok video.
I just posted that.
I'm supposed to be the other one. What in the
Set myself and get back on track. White House welcomes King and Queen. Oh my god. See the state of me now.
I got disconnected, but did you catch what I was saying about CSA?
No, you cut off.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I think I'll just have to wait just for he's muted right now.
Okay, I don't know if I pushed this off. Figure out this place is off.
Yeah. Just make sure you're just continuously holding it down when you're talking. You are cutting in and out a little bit.
Hey, Junior, you're going to work today, bro?
Negative.
Oh, boy.
I got T-bone, bro. You don't remember?
No, I know, but I
did.
thought you were saying something about you were gonna train at work or something. So you're gonna take it live. Oh, okay. Let's go to a buffet. Uy.
I'm almost waiting.
We'll get kicked out.
Let's go.
Yes, I heard.
There's a gap on NXT right now, but it's if you look down at like 29, 6, 7, 5 minutes, there's really
I haven't been back up.
yeah.
What are we supposed to keep that? I feel bad, bro. Somebody's gonna buy this 263 contract.
So it's the doors.
They should do that like a nice gravy top. Guys, he's like, let me scam you so fucking hard, like
Google their balls. Bailey. Google their balls. Crypto. Google their balls.
think our babies would look like him.
I see it. It's all on my Facebook. A year ago, and then I found him.
I actually just saw the pictures up coming up on mine.
So April.
So he's officially definitely a year. Right now, the pictures that are coming up on my thing are showing him like a couple of days, like a week or two old.
He's coming into 3 weeks. That's about the age he was. But he was basically 3 weeks, so that'd be April 7th. Yeah, because it was after Ellie's birthday and we got back from Disney. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
And then we had school. Like one of the first days that you went back to school. Yep. So I guess that would be he was born around the 7th to the 10th, probably. So him and Rogue have close birthdays.
Yeah, they do.
Not in terrorist purposes of resistance, but doesn't take a look at it. Palestinians have always lived under Israeli occupation.
This is probably like my most trusted trade. Simply, this is like what we talked about last night in the Discord.
You've been waiting for this for a while, right? There you go. Nervous? No pain, no gain.
Ready to go night night?
You've been waiting for this for a while, right? There you go. Nervous?
My name is Daryl Spencer. I'm the founder of Crown Skin.
Maybe. This thing right here. The scene where you were.
like that's why I get a helicopter a little bit. Like,
Yo, so I just went in there and fucking company, gas station, and I went to go grab 4 tacos. And she goes part of it. And I had those and so I didn't really say anything. I didn't say anything for a second. And then like she like my and here's the news. Well, did you check your license? And I look around, I was like, fuck, shit. And I'm like, and I said, I literally go, happy. But yeah, I know they just get fucking dropped and shit, placed everywhere.
know. I feel like I can fucking ask her to.
Your mom. Begins playing with my balls. I think I want my money back. Google them balls.
Wish it did like a nice gravy top. Neckman. Used to call me Neckman.
Google them balls.
Nice. He's like, let me scam you so fucking hard. Like, money. After some of these lives and the things that people say to me, I want to choke it myself. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh yeah. He's like, let me scam you so fucking hard. Like,
Son of a bitch! I'm in!
oh my god. Oh my god. Oh yeah. Good meat.